Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Bait Works, TH Marine, and FishAlabama.org.
Welcome to the 2025 Alabama Bass Trail Championship, Wheeler Lake. 170 teams qualified for this event, 75 from the north, 75 from the south, the 10 winners, 5 high school teams, 5 couples teams, and 1 lone college team. 67,000 acres of bass fishing heaven right here on the Tennessee River. We're going to do it like we always do here on the Alabama Bass Trail. Stand up, remove your hats, and let's pay our honor to the people who serve this country here and around the world by the playing of our national anthem. Thank you, Decatur Fire Department, for presenting the colors this morning. Thank you so much. All right, crank them up. Boat number 1, Stephen Barnes and Justin Caron. You are free to release. Boat number 2, Lee Brown and LJ Brown. You are free to release. Boat number 3, John Brown, you are free to release. Boat number 4, Roman Calvert and Shannon Calvert, you are free to go. Boat number 5, Will Grisham and Andrew Fikes, you are free to go. Boat number 6, former AOY champs in the South, Joey Davidson and Thomas Lanier. Boat number 7, Noah Godwin and Cole Godwin. Boat number 8, Blake Hawkins and Josh Clark. Boat number 9, William Lynn and Donna Lynn. Spencer Lynn. There we go. Boat number 10, Kent Keys and Davey Campbell. Skipping boat number 11. Boat number 12, former winners here on Wheeler Lake, Danny Bishop and Alan Hayes. Boat number 13, John Pollard and Cameron Cox. Boat number 14 did not show up. Boat number 15, Trinity Mealer and Max Haygood. Boat number 16, Skylar Sanders and Grant Williamson. 2-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Nolan Spencer and Jonathan Reese, boat number 17. Got that stash going. Boat number 18, Anthony Vinson and Will Phillips. Boat number 19, Billy Tidwell and Ben Williamson. Boat number 20, Russell Sapp and Logan Sims. Boat number 21, Scott Yunkey and Tucker Weidler. Boat number 22, Chad Wilson and Hunter Wilson. Boat number 23, Justin Buckles and Chad Jones. Boat number 24, Todd Beatty and Ethan McDaniel. And the last boat in this flight made it into the top 9 this year. Boat number 25, Zach Harrison and Kristen Harrison. Moving on. Boat number 26, Michael Cox and Colt Boyette in that top 9 this year. Boat number 27, Chris Landers and Brad Pitts. Boat number 28, Preston Henson and Adam Lynn. Boat number 29, Dean Robinson and Joel Hughes. I think Dean's going out solo. Boat number 30, Wesley Sands and Craig Daniels. See you guys. Boat number 31, Leonard McGuire and Maurice Smith. Boat number 32, Matt Van Meter and Mo Moyer. Go get them, guys. Boat number 33, Todd Sims and Michael Clay. Boat number 34, Mike Young and Mel Kennedy. Boat number 35, Ron Cameron and Stephen Wood. Boat number 36, Clay Harris and Joe Williams. See you guys. Boat number 37, Luke Kyle and Art Cornett. Boat number 38, James Perkins and Melody Perkins. I see you. Boat number 39 is not here. Moving on. Boat number 40, Greg Tomlin and Jeremy Tomlin. Fueled up on some jacks. Boat number 41, Brandon Wright and Josh Teat. Boat number 42, Logan Chittum and Jacob McNary. Boat number 43, Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. See you. Boat number 44, Drake Fondren and Justin Durden. Boat number 45, Lisa Johnson and Mike Johnson. Boat number 46, Mitch Rollins and Jackson Rollins. Boat number 47, Trip Nugent and Morel Deering. Boat number 48, Terry Pryor and Terry Mann. Boat number 49, Donnie Story and Denver Satterley. And the last boat in this flight, boat number 50, Lucas Smith and Dalton Mize. Boat number 51, Ben Yarborough and Jody Scripture. Boat number 52, they're not here. Boat number 53, your overall Anglers of the Year, Zeke Gossett and Ethan King. These guys came up just a little bit short at Lay Lake. Boat number 54, Brett Harrell and Tyler Smart. Boat number 55, Clay Cornegay and Keith Adcox. Boat number 56, Kyle Hillier and Jake Brown. Boat number 57, Johnny Patterson and Tom Messer. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 58, Josh Chappell and Paul Davis. Boat number 60, Nicholas Turner and Joe Lay. Nick going out solo today. Boat number 61, Ryan Schroeder and Cody Harrell. Boat number 62, give it up, Amanda Williams and Buck Williams. Former Anglers of the Year, multi-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 63, Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. Boat number 64 made it into that top 9 this year. Jake Bice and Briar Chambers. I hope Miss Kim's watching. Boat number 65, Lance Whitaker and Cole Walker, Lance Walker, and Cole Walker. Sorry, guys. Boat number 66, Jacob Scrimshire and Caleb Fisk. Boat number 68, Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey. Boat number 69, Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Boat number 70, Lanier Burton and Kelly J. Good luck, guys. Boat number 71, Delano Green and Delano Green Jr. Let's go, guys. Boat number 72, Daryl Crenshaw and Billy Adamson. Go get them, guys. Boat number 73, Brent Cottle and Nick Robinson. Boat number 74 is at the end of Lolly Lolly. We like to party. Go out with style, fellas. Boat number 75, former ABT champions, Matthew Hurst and Roy Hurst Jr. All right, we're skipping down to boat number 78, Jeff Ritchie and Matt Ritchie. Boat number 79, Jason Tomlin and Justin Foster. Boat number 80, Eric White and Adam Fleeman. Boat number 81, Michael Woolley and Kyle Llewellyn. Had a big finish here last year. Boat number 82, Walker Brown and Sloan Pennington. We see you guys. Boat number 83, Michael Adams and Raymond Adams. I gotta give this guy hell right here. Boat number 84, still looking for his first win on the Alabama Bass Trail, Brent Crow and Jimmy Mason. Boat number 85, Elliot Galt and James Swindle. Boat number 86, Chris Hefcox and Scott Goolsby. Boat number 87, Gage King and Wes King. Boat number 88, Tim Peake and Byron Smith. Boat number 89, Ty Story and David Hardy. Boat number 90, Hunter Brewer and Nathan Brewer. Boat number 91, they won the first tournament of the year in the North Division. Boat number 91, Blake Hall and Jeremy Lamb. Boat number 92, Charlie Cummings and Sammy Bailey. Former Anglers of the Year in the South Division. Boat number 93, CJ Knight and Anthony Goggins. Boat number 94, Sean Hornbuckle and Barry Morris. These guys wrapped it up at Pickwick. Boat number 95, Will Nichols and Jake Young. First-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 96, Benji Seaborn and Jonathan Seaborn. These guys had a big time finish this year as well. Boat number 97, Jason Wizenat and Tim Baker. Boat number 99, Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. Your 2024 Anglers of the Year, boat number 100, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. Boat number 101, Ricky Dunn and Trent Davis. Boat number 102, Andrew Hall and Mike Hall. Boat 103, going out solo today, Mr. Luke Mason. Boat 104 had hit some different kind of jacks. 104, Lee Pitts and Steve Engel. So funny. I gotta get my sheet. Okay. Boat 104, they're not here, sorry, skipping on down to 106. Bobby Sharber and Jeff Preza. Boat 107, James Willoughby Square. Boat 108, John Burt and Charles Davis. Boat 109, Delton Gregory and Dexton Gregory. Boat number 110, Joey Adderhold and Tim Hatcher. Boat number 111, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Jerry Hartline and Robin Vaughn. Good luck, guys. This guy's had a heck of a year in bass fishing. Boat number 112, going out solo, Mr. Lucas Lindsay. All the way from Indiana. Boat number 113, Wendell Eisen and Richard Eisen. Boat number 114, Jonathan Post and Timothy Felder. Boat number 115, Matt McClung and Brian Assay. Boat number 116, Dylan Singleton and Chris Allen. Boat number 117, Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel. Here they are. Can they do it? Can they catch them today? Boat number 118, Daniel Carlisle and Jared Hubbard. Boat number 119, not their last Alabama Bass Trail, hopefully. Billy Adcock and Darian Kyle. Boat number 120, Blake Davenport and Zach Lightsey. Boat number 121, Weston Hardiman and Andrew Bradford. 122, Sam Long and Jason Atkins. Boat number 123, Zach Hester and Paul Hester. Boat 124, Parker Odom and Colton Odom. Last boat in this flight, boat number 125, J.D. Perez and Kevin Gibson. Boat number 126 is not here. Moving on to 127, Ken Sessions and Greg Sessions. Fishing is now in session. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail and former championship winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Adam Bain and Chris Colley. Boat number 129, William Darby and John Greenwood. The youngest competitor on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 130, Josh Harrison and Hud Harrison. Boat number 131, Brian Johnson and Brandon Gross. Them Bama boys coming in here, boat number 132, Tyler Malone and Cade Law. In the Halo Bayfuel boat, boat number 133, Bill Mayo and Walt Roberts. Walt won a ABT 100 right here. They've won a Alabama Bass Trail Tournament right here. Boat number 134, Justin Mott and Randall Hamilton. Boat number 135, Matthew Bennett and Gary Wade. Boat number 136 going out solo today, Mr. Adam Carter. Boat number 137, Ryan Adcock and Jonathan Marsh. Boat number 138, Raleigh Johnson and Ryan Haney. Four-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Caught the heaviest bag on the Wheeler Lake thus far. 139, Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum. Come on now. All right. Boat number 140, former Anglers of the Year, multi-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. Boat 141, Frank Bradfield and Tyler Morgan. Boat 142, Corey Cole and Quilly Trott. Your ABT North Anglers of the Year, Hunter Davidson and Brian Fikes. Our solo college team, 144, Triton Graham and Andrew Jones. I wonder if he can track a fly ball like Andrew Jones that used to play for the Braves. Don't know. All right. Boat number 145, Heath Kelly and Kevin Breimer. 146, Drake Luter and Tyler Wagnon. Tyler used to play some ball back in the day. Boat number 147, Ryan Miller and Justin Adams. Boat number 148, Dusty Jordan and Alex Bowden. Boat number 149, Gentry Gordery and Hunter Farish. There they are. Boat number 150, Greg Bearden and A.J. McGee. Boat number 151, Derek Coughlin and Jeffrey Kuhlebon. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 152, Fisher Anaya and Ryan Anaya. Boat number 153, Colby Croson and Cade Croson. Boat 154, John Kellett and Robert Story. Boat number 155, Connor Miller and Caleb Miller. Boat number 156, Paul Ernest and Chris Swindle. Boat 157, Ty Cox and Cameron Gautney. 158, John King and Chris Gregory. 159, Mike McCullers and Slade McCullers. Boat 161, Lance Whitaker and Jeremy Briscoe. 162, Trent Tilley and James Williams. 163, Wesley McKellar and Adam Currington. Multiple time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail and the championship at Lake Jordan. Boat 164, Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. Boat number 165, Jamie Smith and Michael Making It Rains. Boat number 166 is not here. Boat 167, Jeremy Smitherman and Timothy Hicks. Two-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Mr. Charlie Williams and Michael Smith. They won the championship in 2020, and they won a little tournament down at Eufaula this year. And the last boat, Jeff Jennings and Mitchell Jennings. Woo! Guys, that wraps it up for day one blast off, Alabama Bass Trail Championship, Wheeler Lake, Alabama, Decatur, Alabama, Ingalls Harbor. 3 o'clock weigh-in starts right here, but before then, we've got 5 hours of live coverage, and I hear in my ear that Luke Duncan is on Brent Crow and Jimmy Mason, who is still chasing their first win on the Alabama Bass Trail. Luke, tell me they got fish in the boat.
They do not have fish in the boat just yet. We've had a couple near misses. They made a short run this morning. You know, the cool thing about Decatur and Wheeler Lake in particular is it offers so many different options of how you can chase bass this time of year, especially. And we got a lot of industrial cover here around Decatur with all the industry that's on the river, and that's where Jimmy and Brent are choosing to start their day. We've got some schooling fish around. They've had a couple blow-ups on topwater, but nothing in the boat so far. We are just getting started. This team definitely wants to win. They've both got a ton of success on Wheeler Lake, but no ABT wins with them as a duo. They'd like to definitely change that here this weekend and win $50,000 for their efforts. Wheeler Lake Championship. Talk to these guys in practice, and with their vast amount of experience they have here, they have lots of different options today that they can run. Several different game plans for sure. We're going to see a lot of different patterns today, from people in the tail race at Guntersville Dam to people chasing smallmouth on the lower end, and of course the Decatur Flats are going to get a ton of attention. Laker Howell just wrapped up the Bassmaster EQ win there on the flats on a topwater, so I expect to see a lot of our teams giving that a go, even though the water level has dropped a pretty good bit since that Bassmaster event. Good morning, Darian.
Good morning, brother. I am refreshed. They brought me my own personal little Jack's biscuit this morning, a little sausage biscuit fresh from Jack's in Decatur. And I'm jacked up. I got a little energy drink in me, and the first boat that we see this morning is Lucas Lindsay, who has been on an absolute tear of all tears this year. And got him a new little boat wrap, and we were complimenting this morning. He said it's brand new, so maybe you'll win your first tournament out of the new wrap. Oh, you've already fished one of the new wrap. Maybe you'll win your first ABT in the new wrap. Okay, let's say that. Okay, so he didn't understand, but he might win this first tournament in the new wrap. But we're out on the Decatur Flats, and man, I think it's exciting. ABT Championship. Everybody had good energy this morning. Sounded like the fishing might be a little tough from what the dock talk was, but everyone's in good spirits, good energy, and I mean, you got a lot of money to win this week, so.
Surely fishermen didn't say the fishing's tough, Darian.
Yeah, they'll say it's tough in like the middle of April.
No doubt about that. Yeah, Lucas Lindsay just had a top 10 here in that Bassmaster EQ, so you're getting the goods this morning.
Yeah. I just looked. He said, if I was able to look, and I might have had the wrong year pulled up, Luke, but if I had the proper year pulled up on Bassmaster.com, it looks like Lucas is still in the top 40 in points right now for the EQ. So he has a big tournament at Lake Okeechobee. We may not get to see him next year in the ABT.
Well, selfishly, I hope that we get to see him on the ABT, but I understand if he makes the elites, we'll allow it. Be yet another ABT angler at the top level of the sport. ABT is like the proving ground, man, at this point, if that's what you want to do for a career path. We've got a couple. We got Fisher and I in that race right now as well. And I'm covering a couple guys that have been there, done that. Jimmy Mason, former Bassmaster Elite, right now. These guys have had a couple misses so far. Kind enough to let us
almost made the elites
in
one
here.
year.
Tight quarters. Yeah, yeah. On PlayStation.
I had a rough run on Toho at the end of the season that I was so close.
Well, you know, it's a long road, Amistad to Toho.
It is. Hey, I'm excited for all the people at home to be able to see our guest today. We got a good guest this week. Well, not this week, but
Yes,
just today.
we do.
We got a man that knows a lot about bass fishing, and especially around this area.
It was good to see him this morning. That was a family reunion. We haven't had the crew together since June, the Alabama Bass Trail. So everybody got to catch up this morning, and then we got to see our buddy that we hadn't seen in a while. It's going to be joining us here in just a little bit. Did we save that for the
drove all
people,
the way up to
Darian?
the upper end
Did
and put in a ditto.
He's probably still driving. He's probably still in Huntsville traffic.
Yeah. That's not great. What are you wanting to see? Big blobs, I get it. I hope y'all just saw that. He had one he was pointing at right there. He looked like a pointer. You saw his posture totally change. He bent over and almost bent over in half, just staring at a screen. But that was, when you see that look what he just had, that means you got one trailing you.
Well, while he's doing that on his Garmin Live Scope, Jimmy and Brent are waiting on fish to come up chasing shad, and they just had a couple big ones right in front of them, and they just can't get them to commit. A lot of life in here where they're at too. I mean, hooked up. Hooked up. Oh my gosh, he hooked up and they went schooling like crazy. Actually, I think he's hooked on something he didn't want to hook right here. We're breaking it off. Holy cow. Brent said he got the wrong one. When he hooked this fish, they went schooling like crazy, probably because he moved whatever 8-foot long sturgeon this is out of the way. Oh. We got a big, I believe it's a buffalo hooked in the side. Not how he wanted to start the ABT championship, but we're here for it, personally. What was crazy on that deal is it truly triggered those fish to start schooling like crazy the second he hooked that thing. I can't believe you wouldn't hold that up for the camera. It's like you're fishing for $50,000 or something.
Yeah. Well, just don't miss anymore. You get
It's
the
always
first one
like
out,
that,
we're
I
good.
feel like. Brent said, why is it not like practice? Darian, I don't know if you could hear Jimmy and Brent right there when they said, why is it never like practice? Why does it have to change?
Yep.
They said this area was just loaded with tons of schooling bass yesterday afternoon. And we've seen them 2 or 3 times this morning, but not just not just the insanity like they talked about
Lucas is
for
hooked up.
practice.
Sorry to interrupt that, but he
you're
just
good.
looked over and said, "This is a bass if I can get him to bite," and then made 3 casts and caught it. It's dang, tongue hooked him.
I feel like that would hurt.
2 1/8. Yeah, very good here. I think we're up there about 2-pounder. Said he got him tongue hooked. He'll do for now. Lucas, my one question for you is, will this tournament take more or less weight than the EQ to win? Well, I mean, obviously the 3-day factor of it, but. Jeez. Yeah. So are these fish just roaming, or are they on something? Yeah. Yeah. Huh. That makes sense.
Hooked up. Brent Crow hooked up. Is it I'm not, I think it's another one of I think it's another what he doesn't want here. Looks like a tarpon. Could be a bonefish. Brent Crow hooked up again. He seems to be disappointed.
Hey guys, we're gonna go to a quick little, we're gonna get Luke full screen.
Hey, I'll reel him
reset.
in. I don't think I'm allowed. I'll get fired reeling in your trash fish. I mean, this is a show. Look. River Monsters with Brent Crow and Jimmy Mason. That is wild. He's got a carp hooked in the mouth on a minnow imitator, and for all you at home, that is a very rare thing. That takes skill. Brent Crow showing why he's one of the most skilled anglers in the country right now. Anybody can catch a bass, okay? Not anybody can catch a carp in the mouth on a minnow. I mean, not what Brent and Jimmy are wanting to see, but they're around a lot of fish. And they know that. They saw them here yesterday. We've seen them here this morning. It's just a matter of getting these bass to fire. And I feel like as the sun gets up, it could definitely start happening. A lot of times this time of year, oh, look. It is complete pandemonium when these fish school. Oh man. I just got the feeling that any second they're going to start catching them like that. Jimmy Mason hooked up. Fish just came up schooling. Brent told him to make a cast in there, and now he's hooked up. It's like it. Here we go, keeper number 1. The right species, Mason and Crow. Dropped in that Phoenix live well. Hooked up again, back-to-back cast. Looks like a good one right here, Jimmy. Maybe a keeper smallmouth? No, a little short, fat, largemouth. If that one will be a keeper, yeah. That one looked like me. Yeah, short and fat. Oh my goodness. Schoolers going wild. And a lot of times with schooling fish, it seems like it should be easy because you can see them and they're right there, but they've got the whole buffet in front of them of the real thing. So it can be tricky to pull them off those actual shad they're chasing, and especially on the Tennessee River where they get fished for a lot. But these bass are pushing these fish against these rocks. Jimmy and Brent are just power poled down, waiting on them to do their thing. Jimmy hooked up, or excuse me, Brent hooked up. Here we go. It'll be keeper number 2. That'll make the team. Not what they're looking for just yet, but better than carp. Number 2. There we go. Jimmy hooked up. Looks like it's a better fish right here. Here we go. Back to back. Number 3. Fast and Furious right here from Mason and Crow. Getting things going. Sun got up a little bit. These fish are starting to act better for them. Brent hooked up. Here we go. Will be number 4. Taking his time with it. Another keeper. Yep. Will be number 4. No Mountain Dew Big Bass just yet. Brent just said these are supposed to be big smallmouth. They've been replaced by their smaller cousins so far this morning. Building that foundation though. I bet there are some teams that would switch with them right now. 3 keepers on consecutive casts. Swing and a miss. Oh, lost it. Sounds like the police are getting called on Darien again. Not a surprise. It's a short pursuit. Stealing Jack's biscuits.
Flats just a little bit. Caught up with Justin Bussey and Ben Webb, who have had a crazy last couple of years in the ABT, and fishing a little bit deeper than the last time you guys saw us, but they're definitely both scoping shoulder to shoulder, firing different baits. Doing the same thing. I imagine we're going to see a lot of this today. But there's not as many boats. I mean, obviously there's some boats out on the flats, but there's definitely not as many as we've seen in the past. Which I would imagine has to do with the lack of grass here. Good morning. Y'all got any so far? One short. How's practice? That's the common theme, it sounds like. You think?
Brent Crow hooked up with another one of his friends. Not his friends, not a smallmouth bass. Oh, it's a big smallmouth. Oh, he laid his rod down. Oh, it's a big smallmouth. Oh, it's just hooked funny. Oh, I have made that mistake before. Whoo! Nicely done. Hey, you should do that again. Get frustrated, act like it's definitely not a bass, and then it'll become a big smallmouth right there. I'm a great net job. That's what they're saying in my ear. They're like, he needs the net. Like he didn't think he needed it at all.
Girl side.
Number 5.
I know.
No. Number 5 is a good one. Unexpected good one.
Unofficially, based off our 3 boats that we've covered, unofficial leaders.
Huh? I did that one time on the biggest smallmouth that I've ever hooked on Pickwick on a crankbait years ago in the fall. One of those, it's a drum, being silly, you know, bring it up by the boat, absolute giant. Of course it comes off. I did not land it as good as you just did. Yeah, Brent thought that was gonna be another one of those carp foul hooked, and then all of a sudden, it's a nice smallmouth.
It sounded very chaotic.
Dude, he laid, Darian, I know you can't see it, he laid the rod down. He laid the rod down slack, getting his pliers frustrated. He laid the rod down at the console. And then picked it back up, and when he went tight on the fish, him and Jimmy both started paying attention because it started fighting a little different, and then it jumped. It's like a 3.5, 4 pound smallmouth. It was
So
nuts,
how much weight do you
dude.
think they've got now?
I'm gonna say their first 4 keepers were all, you know, 1.5-pounders. So they're probably 9 pounds, something like that, 8 or 9 pounds.
Gotcha.
Their first 4 were pretty skinny largemouth. But he said most of this was, oh, and dude, you should see them. Jared, zoom in right there on those rocks whenever they come up. Let's see if we can get a shot of these shad, these minnows in here going nutty when they come up. Try to get y'all folks at home a shot of some of these bass chasing shad. You can see the water's just alive up there with minnows. time. We're going to take a look back at this smallmouth that Brent Crow just put in the boat. Got it hooked up and he thought it was, you can see the frustration, immediately thinks it's a trash fish. He caught a couple carp already this morning. Just kind of takes his time. He could have ate a sandwich in the amount of time that he fought this fish. Yeah, he's trying to get his pliers. You can see at the console. And then when he picks the rod, he's hooked up again live right now. But we're hooked up on. You can see he had to. When we all saw that smallmouth, we all reacted the same way.
Everybody reached out for the net?
Yeah, I tried to net it. I mean, I was trying to help. And then he scooped it.
Luke, it sounds like they might have fired up that hydro wave and ignited a feeding frenzy.
They've got something going on. There's no doubt about it. And as you're back live with us here, we missed. They just caught another largemouth that will cull. But now they got a job. They've got 4 they got to sort through. A little bit better largemouth. It was long and skinny though. Brent actually made the comment when he swung it in the boat, out of all the minnows up there, that's the one he catches. It looked like it had not had a meal in a while. But as they're doing that, the sun's starting to get on these rocks, Darian, and fish are really starting to push this bait up here. And you know I'm going crazy, Darian. You know this is killing me right now. I like a school of bass. That might have been about a 3/4 of a pound upgrade there. I won't give them a full pound. That was a skinny fish, but definitely an upgrade.
All right, looks like these guys are gonna make a little run, Luke. I'm gonna bounce back and jump on somebody else, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right, buddy, be safe. It is loud. All right. We're going to take our first break of the morning here on day number 1 of this Alabama Bass Trail Championship, Wheeler Lake. We're going to get a look at that beautiful smallmouth from Brent Crow right there, and we'll be back in just a few moments for more live action in the Tennessee River.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, and by McGraw-Webb Chevrolet.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
This is Jack's Country.
What up, DeBoer? Hey, Freeze, did you hear Jack's is making a coach's burger? I'm calling mine the DeBarbecue Bacon Burger.
No, that's really cute. Behold, the hunormous Freeze with cheese.
May the best burger win.
Oh, it will.
Introducing the 3rd-pound Coach's Burgers. Big and bold barbecue bacon topped with crispy onions and the all-American burger with all the fixings. Because nothing unites more than food.
Freeze with cheese.
DeBarbecue.
Freeze with cheese.
DeBarbecue.
Freeze with cheese.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Championship here at Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. You are looking at beautiful Ingalls Harbor. 170 teams qualified for this event. Top 75 in the points for both the North and South, the top 5 in couples, top 5 in student teams, and our lone college team all qualified for this event. 67,000 acres here on Wheeler Lake. On the banks of the Tennessee River. What a beautiful sight. We are excited to have 340 anglers here at the Alabama Bass Trail Championship, the 12th year of the Alabama Bass Trail. We haven't been to Wheeler Lake since 2015 for our championship, but it was a big weekend when we were here in 2015. 41-41, the two-day total. Still stands as the heaviest weighted Alabama Bass Trail Championship in Alabama Bass Trail history. Billy Sharp and Kevin Stubblefield, the record holders for the two-day championship. Welcome back. $100,000 is going to be paid out right here on Saturday. $50,000 to the first place team, and possibly an $8,000 Phoenix First Flight. Calling the numbers out today, there are a lot of Phoenix boats in that mix, so hopefully we'll be paying out over $58,000 to the champions. Excited to be here, Darian, Luke, and our guest today, our guest analyst, Mr. Matt Lee. He is way up, so we'll be getting with Matt here in just a little bit. Weigh-in starts at 3 o'clock today here at Ingalls Harbor. Please come out and see us. We would love to have you. But right now, you've got us for 5 hours here on Alabama Bass Trail Live. So, guys, we've got teams, multiple-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, multiple-time Angler of the Year winners out there. It's going to be a fun day. Darian Craig is on a new boat. We're going to get out with him right now. Darian, who are you with, and do they have any fish in the boat?
Well, I'm just caught up with Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst in a brand new wrapped boat. Well, I don't know if the boat's brand new, but the new wrap, so they're a little bit hidden, but they making some moves, and then quickly power pulled back down. Looks like they could be throwing some top water, and I was headed in to get closer to them, and got I don't know if they're letting these fish rest where we were about to cut through, like kind of between us and them. I couldn't really understand what Mark was saying, but I just understood his body language, which I have seen before with other boats that I've tried to encroach on. And basically, I just immediately whipped her right around. So if y'all are at home and you want us to get any closer than this, unfortunately, we're not going to. Because the last thing on earth I want is to get my tail whipped by Mark McKegg in the ABT Championship when he's fishing for 50 grand. We're on the flat though, and there's a lot of we're out on the river ledge. We're still out in the river channel, but up where they're at, obviously, is a lot shallower. They're power pulled down. So in between us and them, there's little ditches and high spots that come up, shell bars throughout different areas. So the fish and the bait fish will just kind of congregate in little areas. So I imagine they've got, between us and them, there's probably some high spots or some ditches that they're wanting to let reset, fish get set back up however they want them, so they probably left them making different casts. And we actually saw a pretty common thing for this area on the Decatur Flats, but Wesley Gore, I guess it was an event last year, and I believe in a 100, basically doing the exact same thing in pretty much the exact same area, a lot of same high spots and little ditches running through. And they also asked us not to follow them, so common trend right here off the river channel in the flats. Not only can Mark McKegg manage fish, but he can also manage the camera boats. You see that? That was slick work right there. I just wanted to back off and make sure I gave him space, and he waved us in closer. Also, fun fact about Mark McKegg that I've learned in this off-season is he's a big pickleball player. We had a pickleball challenge set up between Luke and Mark and me and honestly whoever could get fun to play pickleball with me, but it ended up not working out. We may try to play somewhere tonight. I don't know if Mark's going to agree to play pickleball in night one of the ABT championship, but we might still try. All right, well, we have got our first guest appearance from our new guest today, which is Matt Lee. He's had some cell phone troubles this morning, but he's all the way up at the dam, and it looks like we'll be able to have a few minutes with Matt. So we're going to throw it over to him full screen and let us hear a little update from Matt.
Alabama Bass Trail Championship event, Lake Wheeler. Might not look like Wheeler where we're at. We're a long ways from the ramp where we launched out of at Ingalls Harbor. We're at the Guntersville Dam. I'm gonna say roughly 50 miles away from the launch area. We just made it up here. Anybody that knows about Lake Wheeler, especially this time of year, the current through the Tennessee River in general, current's gonna play, and this dam area always plays in these events. Could very well be one up here. There's different little key spots we noticed on the way up within 10 miles of the dam that guys are stopping at. And then also right up to as close as you can get, there'll be competitors fishing this week. Right now we're looking at 20,000 cubic feet per second generation. So there's a little bit of water moving, but it's very, very small amount. And that makes the bite a little bit tougher out here. They're supposed to average about 22,000. So I think this afternoon it'll kick up, but it'll be right about the time these guys have to head back. You're looking at almost an hour run back to Ingalls Harbor from right up here at the dam. So fishing time's limited. They definitely live up here. We're gonna hang out in this area for a while today and see what anglers we have, what competitors we can chat with, and see what's happening. So stay tuned. All right, checking in finally with the folks at home is Matt Lee. We're here. Took us a minute because we are a long ways from Ingalls Harbor. We are up at Guntersville Dam. For those not familiar, I'm gonna random guess say it's 50-ish miles, give or take, by water from Ingalls Harbor where we launched from. We are probably, can't see it in the shot, the sun, but we're a quarter mile from the dam. We're probably within that. We're close. and we're here, boat 90, boat 5. They said they're friends, fishing here right beside each other. They know each other well. I didn't know if we were going to see a little arm wrestling going on this morning or some fish catching, but no, they're getting along and catching some fish. Sound like we got 2 boats that got 1 keeper, 1 boat's got 3 here, so there is some action. As far as the current, I saw it was, I think we're at 19,000 cubic feet per second. So I know in a lot of the write-ups and talk for this tournament, we were, there had been acknowledgement that 25,000 was key number to look for the current up here. And this morning we're not quite there, but it's supposed to be averaging 21,000 it says today, and a lot of times that really picks up in the afternoon, and that's going to be about the time that a lot of these guys have to start heading back. So time's limited. It's always a waiting game with the current. Tennessee River, you need the current. There is a little bit of schooling activity, and there seems to be a little bit of action, fish catches, so it definitely could be a lot slower than it is this morning. I think we're going to hang out in this area for majority of the morning. There's probably, I'm going to say 2 or 3 key areas within 10 miles of the dam that there's some boats at. But always right up here, being close to Guntersville Dam is where you're going to see a lot of tournaments won, a lot of big fish caught, and it's all about timing and current. You know, you'll hear that till you're blue in the face here, but it really is. And I think there's, I'm a ways away trying to give them their space, and they're not throwing just at the bank. They're throwing both sides of the boat all around here, so give them their space. But it sounded like there was a couple 3-pounders caught, and there's been fish caught. So we hopefully it's some action. We're here, boat 90, Brewer and Brewer. That's one that has been on everybody's radar for this tournament. No pressure, expecting them to really do good and have a chance to scare somebody for this win. Also have Beck and Harvey that are up here close to Guntersville Dam. They're up really close. We haven't made it up that far yet, but there is probably, I'm gonna say there's 10 competitors for right now, and we're still early. I'm sure there's boats that are gonna be stopping and fishing while they're working their way this way, especially if a late boat number. Not really a reason probably to really get up here if you just had one spot you wanted to fish, because somebody might be on it. Luckily these guys everybody's getting along and fishing close to each other in this one section, but they are sharing the water. We got another boat coming in, so we'll have more coming in, and hopefully we'll get a fish catch here in a second. I told them to shake the last 2 off and wait till the camera went live. We'll see if they. He said he did shake off 2 big ones, and he was just waiting. I gave him a thumbs up a second ago, so no pressure. We do kind of course, like connection here. We get, for those that hadn't been here, a lot of people will know, but the ride is pretty insane in the river part going here to Guntersville Dam. There's bluffs that are giant both sides of the river. Pretty amazing scenery heading up here, and then it is kind of in the abyss. I mean, we are not close to civilization for a while when you're in the river there, and we're getting enough service to get a live feed here. So thank goodness we get to bring y'all some coverage, because I feel like there's going to be some stuff shake out up here for this event. A little bit of schooling going on right here. Another thing is that Tennessee River in general, up here, everything lives up here. A catfish bigger than Russell back here in the back. There's drum, smallmouth, largemouth, spotted bass. I mean, they got it all, and they, just like everywhere, they're educated, and they really need that current to just get a little bit more aggressive a lot of times. And I wouldn't, for a Friday, for it being early, 19,000 is not bad. I know from fishing Guntersville a lot more than Wheeler, but Tennessee River, especially here at Guntersville Dam, they'll show you an average for the generation schedule for the day, but the average will be kind of misleading because they could average 30,000 units, but only pull 10 for the majority of the day and then kick it up to 50 in the afternoon. And you really don't know when they're gonna really turn it on. And it seems like as far as this morning goes and for today, it's gonna be really steady throughout the day.
Don't worry, they've been beating that bank up all week. It ain't caught a thing.
I bet it.
Everybody.
I believe you. You got the spectators out here. It's not just us. This is always, I mean, there's probably 6, 8 boats I can see that aren't in the event. They're just out here fishing. I say majority of those aren't fishing for bass, but I've seen it before. It's insane. The current in the Tennessee River and the size of our dams on this waterway are insane. The dam here, I've seen it with pulling 200,000 units. I've seen it pulling a lot of current, and you wouldn't believe the fish that you can actually see them in the water if you get up close to the pump out and the dam wall, and you wouldn't believe that they could actually live in current that strong, and they do. I mean, it's almost a different, they're so used to times of the day, feeding windows, and it's all about current, rock. The guys that are targeting, we stopped a couple places on the way up. I mentioned that within 10 miles, there's these shallow flats. There's several creeks that run out Lake Wheeler upriver. There'll be flats down from those, and same kind of deal that people target here with a rock and little rock jetties or high spots. There was several competitors that were stopping and fishing on those. Of course, people are going to be throwing the minnow. The guys here throwing some bigger swim baits this morning. I don't want to give away too many nuggets on day one, but they minnows, top waters, swim baits, crankbaits. A lot of these places, as far as depth goes, it's, you know, here we're almost in the middle of the river, and we're in 15, 17 feet of water. And a lot of places down through the river, you can easily hit bottom of the crankbait. So even though these guys might be out in the middle, there'll be these long shells that come out, little rock piles that they'll stop and target, and it kind of, I would say it's a little bit tougher to find. It's a little bit tougher to find them, especially the winning fish, big ones, groups of them, down from the dam. But with that, you can kind of get away from everybody and be fishing a spot to yourself. So it's kind of a give and take. When you get up here within several hundred yards of the dam, there's not hardly any secrets, and that's why you see guys fishing a lot closer to each other. But this is also where they live. It just really is seemed like it's even a timing deal this morning with them schooling. I've seen them come up and then they'll just stay down, and it's not necessarily because the current changed or anything that makes them come up. They just get little feeding windows. So water temps, I'm getting 76, 75 this morning, which is a few degrees warmer than I thought it would be. I don't know what the guys have said down the lake it is this morning they see, but water temp, I would bet, is almost in the past week and a half dropped 8 degrees, 10 degrees maybe from what it was. So a lot of changing going on in the river in general. But I really think that the pulling 19,000 units this morning is a promising sign for here. Tomorrow it'll be interesting to see. I think the average flow is supposed to be close to the same, but because it's Saturday, it could be a lot slower in the morning. Really, you're at the mercy of TVA on that one. I do not know. Yeah, actually, just correct myself real quick. 21,000 average outflow today, 15,500, 15,500 tomorrow. So 5,000-6,000 different in average outflow. Definitely, I think you'll have more traffic. It should not be easier tomorrow. So. Some people are checking in on. I saw Team Willoughby, and then we had, I don't know if anybody, if they were able to get the feed. We saw Gossick, Ethan King, Sims. There were several competitors that were stopped in that range between here and Ditto that we didn't have great service, and it's kind of a dead area with a lot of those bluffs. But I know there were a couple fish caught, but from what I could tell, it was not just gangbusters for the couple boats that we connected with there. So we kind of hurried our way and tried to get up close to the dam, wanted to see who was here, and also get service so we could get a feed for y'all this morning. So. And I think we're going to move up closer to the dam and see who else is up here. They could be killing them, so we'll bring it back to Darien. I know y'all would much rather talk to me and Darien. I'm sorry. We got to move, make a little short run. I'm going to have to leave you at Darien. I don't have a choice, so I'm sorry. Darien.
We've got some kind of different changing scenario down here. Now we've got some guys fishing some lily pads, and we can't really get close to them just because they're fishing in the middle of the pads. I don't want to get too close to the edge. I don't know how they're fishing. I mean, obviously I can see how they're fishing right now, but the last thing I want to do is get too close. So, but they're fishing shallow. It's a change of scenery for sure for us. We've been seeing a lot of guys fishing the flats, and you know, this is definitely a change of pace. There's also a lot of industrial noise around, so yelling at them probably wouldn't even do anything either. So we haven't seen them catch any fish yet. They are fishing out of a beautiful Phoenix bass boat. And that's all I got for you, so we'll just sit here and wait. It sounds like Luke has also jumped on the new boat, so we may be able to cover Luke again.
Darien, I came back in here to check on you, make sure you're working hard. had to make a short run. Caught up with Zach and Kristen Harrison. Finished in 7th place in our Angler of the Year race in the ABT South. And they made a pretty short run from Ingalls Harbor upriver. Seen them throwing some topwater around and mainly finesse fishing for the most part. Out on a flat right off the main river here in between the 31 bridge and the 65 bridge.
I didn't know they finesse fished at all, Luke. I thought they just threw a frog.
You know, 99.9% of the time, that is definitely what they throw. But yeah, but believe it or not, I did see Zach with a spinning rod. That did happen. Kristen's been throwing a jig and a worm, but now I do see a frog on one of Kristen's rods right now. Looks like they might be fixing to make a move here. They're going to the Bassmaster Team Championship later this year. Of course, Zach's brother is in this event. How many we got? 0. Experimenting and not working. It's a long day though. What's the game plan? Find a creek. That's what Darian just said in my ear. He said, they're not throwing a frog? What's going on? Did they wake up sick?
Tried something right around out here close, trying to get a couple bites. We just started off back in there where everybody else is.
A lot of boats in there.
There was 5 or 6 by the time we got in there. Yeah.
Wow.
There was the second one in there, and then there was 3 or 4 like right behind.
They piled up.
Wasn't nothing panning out right in here. Wasn't nothing panning out there. So, looks like it's time to go up the creek.
Up the creek. Well, we wish y'all luck.
Yes, sir.
They're fixing to make a move to go do what they do, Darian. Gonna go get up the creek, he said. We're gonna make a move too.
I believe we are in the creek that they originally wanted to go into. We saw their tracker earlier, it was here, and I figured they would be sitting right where this boat is, so they must have came in here, and this must be the area that they said the 5 or 6 boats was in this creek. So this definitely suits their style of fishing, and I imagine that they will be pushing back. They fish out of an aluminum boat, so they can push back really shallow, and honestly, every time we ever see them, they are as shallow as you can possibly get in an aluminum boat, frogging, and usually catch them. So if there's any of this going on, what we're seeing right now, I imagine those two will definitely be able to put something together by the end of the day. The water's been falling over the last 2 weeks too, so you know, if someone came early in pre-practice for this event and caught fish doing this, it's definitely changed a little bit. I imagine those pads in the back there, they probably weren't fully accessible, but there might have been a little bit more water on these pads, and then, you know, obviously it's going to have a little bit more water up shallower as well. So if you came here in pre-practice versus coming here this week in the official practice, definitely looks a little bit different. I was told the water might have dropped around 2.5 feet over the last couple weeks, so definitely a little different for these shallow water guys. All right, sounds like we got a little update from Matt Lee.
We are still up here. We moved closer to the dam, and Gunnersville legends, fishing legend, Boat 68, Donnie Beck, Tony Harvey. These guys, when you know, I've fished against and followed for forever. They've been up here all morning, and he said they just have one. But they just caught it. I saw him in the distance when we were pulling it up, and it was a good one. He didn't say how big, but it was, yeah, if he says it's a good one, it's probably not going to leave a live well today. It's probably going to make the ride back. And it's really a good sign because for me, you don't really know if, have we already missed the bite window this morning? Guys were catching a few. That tells me that they could just now start to bite. Not necessarily like is it a morning time deal. And if, I'm not sure if you'll probably be able to see it in the shot right past their boat. Even if you pan up here to the actual generation where the water's coming out, just a little tidbit. So they have the floodgates that'll be all the way lined up down the dam. So if it gets really like flood level extreme, when they get to pulling 200,000 units, it starts coming through the flood walls over here where I'm at. Right where we're at is actually slack water. There's not any movement, and it generates, I don't know my technical terms, I'm lacking there, but that's what 19,000 units cubic feet per second looks like out of Gunnersville Dam. And it'll come off that rock wall that separates the flow, and the big thing is fishing seams. So, you know, if you've ever looked at trout in a stream, any kind of fish, they sit right on the edge of that current line and feed. And they'll also get behind boulders. They'll, you know, somewhere just out of the current where food's coming to them. But a big thing when you're fishing up near a dam, Tennessee River, or really anywhere, Coosa River, it doesn't matter, you're fishing seams a lot. And there's a lot of different ways to attack it. Some people will drift and fish the seams and cover a lot of water. Some people will try to sit in the seam and just make the same repetitive cast over and over again. There's a lot of different ways to attack it. But it seems like with Donnie Beck, this morning they're staying right here in one little spot, and you know, targeting one little area. I'm going to say it's 100 yards, 50, 75, and kind of going back and forth. They'll get in the edge of that current, come back out in the slack water, and move back up and kind of make that drift again. And then we'll have competitors down below us that are also fishing that same seam as it runs down. As you get a little bit farther from the dam, let's say you go 200 or 300 yards, the current's not going to be quite as strong, and it spreads out a little bit, and there's not that real defined seam as you get farther away from where it's actually coming out of the dam at. I'm not sure who's sitting in the red canvas here. I bet Kay would know just by a shot from here, but they're up a little bit closer fishing that seam. And it's really a lot of people, there really is a technical way to fish. Like people that are not used to current are really going to struggle fishing up here, and the more time you have with it, definitely the better. You know, you see people that maybe they're talked a lot about, they're guys that you're going to see up here at the dam fishing the current because they're used to it, they've done it a lot. There's so many different ways to attack it. If you just throw out a worm on a heavy jig head, it hits the bottom, you're hung. As soon as it hits the bottom, you're hung up. And if you're really good with it, you'll fish the same shaky head out here in the current all day and never lose it. And there's a lot that goes into that. one of the things, not to get too far down a rabbit hole, but if you're drifting, if your boat's moving in the same speed that your bait is, you won't get actually hung up, break off, and your bait will stay in the strike zone longer. You won't spend as much time retying and being hung. And that's what you see a lot of guys doing when they get in the current, and they might even pick the trolling motor up. A lot of times they're not on the trolling motor, they're just floating with the current, and that's to keep that bait moving the same speed. If you're sitting still, your boat's sitting still, and you're casting into, it can be hard to keep the bottom from being snagged up. They're moving at that same speed. It's a little. That's just one example of how technical and a lot of times these guys are targeting actually right on the bottom or close to the bottom. And how live scopes change it all. You can see that you're just at the bottom, but
well, we had a little bit of cell service issues with Matt Lee up at the dam, but he was dropping some knowledge up there. One thing he said was, if you throw a shaky head on a heavy jig head, you're going to get hung up, and that's, if I could explain Luke Duncan in one sentence, that would be it. He don't matter what Luke throws, this thing's hung up. I can't tell you how many times I've taken Luke to get his bait hung. We haven't got kind of a similar situation as earlier. We're fishing in the back of this creek, and obviously there's some old lily pads, pad stems. Everybody's coming out of shedding their clothes now because the sun's getting up and warming up. Maybe that's gonna turn these fish on a little bit, but as we get a little closer, I'll ask these guys their boat number. We've got a ton of construction and just like loud sounds around us right now, so even if you scream at these guys, they're probably not gonna hear us. And this is a prime example. If you just pan a little bit back, you can see there's no water at all on those pads. And if there was 2.5 feet, if the lake's dropped 2.5 feet over the last couple weeks, if you pre-fished here, you'd probably be able to get halfway to the very back of this thing, or maybe all the way to the back of it. But the good thing is that might concentrate the fish out here on the edges. So. Who knows? We might get to see some good topwater blow-ups. Both of them are throwing a frog, so if it happens, it'll happen in a fun way.
The Alabama Bass Trail, sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Southern Protection Agency, Crush City, and TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great, and I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a net BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Oh, yeah, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
This is Jack's Country, where breakfast always rides shotgun. Introducing the new Jack's Big Country Breakfast Burrito. Fresh eggs, bacon, hash browns, and our famous sausage gravy all wrapped up and ready to roll. It's a breakfast worth saving a seat for. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Championship here at Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, and you see beautiful Ingalls Harbor behind you. Welcome to Decatur, Alabama, and the 12th championship of the Alabama Bass Trail. We were here in 2015, and it took 41 over 2 days. Can we beat that record today? Currently, it is 65 degrees air temperature, 76 degrees on the water temperature. It is sunny with little to no wind right now. Expected that to pick up throughout the night and tomorrow as rain enters late tomorrow evening. So we're excited to get back out on the water. Darian is with the team, and from what I hear, they are hooked up. Let's take a look at it.
So I'd sell them one of my Jack's biscuits from this morning, but that looked like a three pounder or so. Smoked a frog way out the end of a long cast. I think we got a lot of it probably on a replay here in a minute, but this was boat number 81, I believe. Now, Jason and Luke in the past have given me, and Kay have given me a really hard time because I end up covering the wrong boat numbers. But I'm pretty sure this is a big one. But again, with all this noise going on, I was yelling at them, asking for their boat number, and I deciphered it, so I don't know. Pretty sure they're boat number 81. But one thing I will say is there's a lot of bait pushed into the kind of this edge of these pads. There's a lot of bait, and I don't know if that's got them kind of fired up and chewing. Maybe the sun getting up is going to make them eat, but I know one thing, after that one big bite, you're going to get fired up. The fish may not, but that'll get them that blood flowing. It sounds like Luke Duncan has caught up with some Tennessee River legends. I don't know if he's ready, but I'd love to hear what he's got to update from.
Well, we are back. We're making our way across the Decatur Flats to these Walker boys. Haven't got an update yet. They're flying around all over the place. They can be hard to catch. Got Cole dialed in on the live scope and Lance in the back flinging a topwater, looks like. We'll get an update as soon as we get close enough. Got a little bit of an east wind that's ripping right down the river right now. It's been a windy week here on Wheeler, but it's changing directions today for day one of this ABT championship. Am I good right here behind y'all? Am I good to be right here?
Yeah, you're fine.
Y'all got him? Oh, I see him zigging and zagging. How many? Yeah, it looked like it had dropped a little bit. How many of y'all got?
3.
Got good ones?
No. We ran way down to start our place. Let's go back up here because bigger fish we caught a bit up here, but we thought the water dropped so quick. It's a matter of getting time again, you know?
Just a matter of finding them.
Catching them on the knee count. See it on.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Garmin, Powerful, Mountain Dew, Strike King, and Lose.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
De barbecue.
Freeze with cheese.
De barbecue.
Freeze with cheese.
Introducing the third pound Coach's Burgers. Choose from the big and bold barbecue bacon or the classic All-American. The Coach's Burgers, because nothing unites more than food.
May the best burger win.
Oh, it will.
He told me where he was going to start. I knew he was going to start.
And we're back. Welcome back to day one of this Alabama Bass Trail Championship. We got the Walker boys, the Tennessee River Hammers, Lance and Cole here. They got 3 fish in the box. A little worried about the water level falling for their primary pattern, but they caught 3 pretty quick this morning, and they're on the Decatur Flats, doing some scoping, slinging a topwater around. And it is interesting, you know, how much bass fishing has changed with technology and with everybody starting to get really dialed in on live scope. These Decatur Flats, I grew up fishing here, and this time of year you just get out here and sling a lipless crankbait, sling a topwater, and just a wing and a prayer, right? You're just looking for a bite, hoping to find some schooling fish. But now with live scope, you know, these guys are out here. We saw it with Lucas Lindsay a little earlier. Darian called up with Lucas. They're trying to target individual fish, individual high spots. They're trying to find stumps out here that have fish on them, and they'll just spend their day out here searching. And you got Cole in the front using his live scope, and Lance in the back using a search bait like a topwater. Old school and new school. Said their original plan, they really want to go to Gunnersville Dam, but being boat 65, they felt like that area gets a little tight up there, and they might not be able to get on any of the areas they wanted to get on, so they elected to just stay from Decatur down today. They would rather this tournament be on Pickwick for sure, but they love the Tennessee River regardless of the lake, and they're always a threat. Few boats out on the flats. I know Darian started out here this morning, but not what we normally see in Alabama Bass Trail events. We've heard there's not as much grass out here this year for whatever reason, and typically we can hopscotch boat to boat to boat to boat to boat on these flats, but not really the case. There's a lot of wide open water out here, but as the water starts to drop, it can pull the fish off these flats for sure, and that's what Lance was saying he fears has happened. They were catching fish on high spots, isolated stumps, and the water dropping a foot, he believes might have hurt it. They're just trying to relocate them. You get the feeling that if Lance gets bit on that big topwater, he's not going to have to cull it. On big walking bait. Lance, we would really appreciate about a 5-pounder blowing up on that top water if you can make it happen. No pressure.
Considering I'm just aimlessly throwing. That's what's so crazy, man. They don't relate to shell beds anymore or any. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I mean, like we used to just pull up and say, if you go get a bite, it's going to be right there. It's just happening.
That's what I just said. You know, usually we can hopscotch boat to boat to boat to boat to boat on the flats, and it's really, I mean, there's several out here, but nothing like what we see when we come for a regular ABT, you know?
Where they're supposed to be, they're not related to it.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys can hear Lance. He's saying normally the places that they love to fish where these fish get really grouped up, they're not seeing that as much anymore. He's like, they're really predictable high spots, mussel beds, rows of stumps, things like that. He said he feels like the fish that...
Here all the way to the front of the boat launch. And just hope I run across it.
And Cole's saying he's gonna scope from here all the way to the boat ramp and just see if he can find some. Lance, have you ever thought about having a t-shirt made that says "Life of a Scope Dad"?
Yeah, I mean, he did. He got a big, threw my Carolina rig out there. He threw his Carolina rig right on top of where I was scoping. And then he catches one and of course Carolina rigged up and it does, you know.
Yeah.
You know, and it wasn't prestige, it's about 1-3, you know. Just big enough to do like a bunch of somersaults with it, you know. He had the leader and the main line wrapped off like 10 times around the line. So after receiving a bad cussing and getting it all cut out, I just sat down and drank my coffee.
I like to give these guys a hard time because Cole loves to scope. Lance he gets his shots in when he can these days. I love the father-son combo. You got Dad that took Cole fishing, raised him fishing, and as a tournament fisherman, they've won so much together in the boat, and now Cole does his thing in the front.
Hey, I told him he had 2 hours to do this. Then we get to go do what I like to do.
Okay. He has a scope limit of 2 hours.
Yeah, well, 2 hours when we got up practicing for the BFL. 3 hours. He's back there like, you have 3 minutes and 26 seconds left on your scope time.
Oh, me.
Then I'm going to get my 20-feet game out. We're going to go put 5 in the boat. They may weigh 8 pounds, they may weigh 15 pounds.
So the Walker boys have Lance has established an in-the-boat scope limit. So they can only live scope. He told Cole he only has 2 more hours to do this, then we're going to go fish the way Dad wants to fish. And I bet both of them don't care which way they put the bass in the boat, as long as it's $50,000 worth of them at the end of the day tomorrow. Of course, we've got $50,000 going to the first place winner, but then we've also got a Phoenix Boats bonus, Garmin bonuses, Yamaha Show, just for this setup that Lance and Cole have here with the Yamaha Show Everything Garmin. They could win $60,000 tomorrow. No big deal. We appreciate all the partners here in the Alabama Bass Trail, like Garmin and Yamaha and Phoenix, providing these awesome bonuses. Awesome products, and it pays to run them for sure. Welcome back, Darian. I'm here with the Walker boys, and I'm trying to referee a little bit between Lance and Cole here.
Well, I just heard you thanking all the sponsors, and I didn't hear you thanking me. I need you to start thanking me more frequently, man. I bring a lot of joy during the days, and you don't thank me enough for that.
The only thing that I will ever be thankful for when it comes to Darian Craig is the day that Miss Kay finally fires you. Then I will thank her for doing it.
Touche.
Who are you on now, Darian? Are you on a boat in the tournament?
I don't even know.
Are you FaceTiming Jason Duran? What are you doing?
I just saw some guys fishing and it looks like fun, so I just pulled up and watched them.
Catfishing.
Catfishing. No, we're on boat number 47, Trip and Merrill. And honestly, it's so loud, man. I wish these industrial scenarios would just slow down so we can cover fishing a little bit better. I know they got jobs to do today, but I'm also trying to hear what these guys are talking about fishing, and I really can't hear that well. I need to simmer down over there.
The joys of bass fishing in Decatur sometimes.
Yeah. One thing I know about these guys is every time we see them, they are in the dirt. Whatever lake, it doesn't matter where we're at ever. They fish so shallow, and they are definitely doing that today. We're way pushing in the back of this creek, back in all these flooded lily pads and pad stems. Well, they ain't really flooded anymore. There's not a lot of water back here, but at one point in their life, they were really flooded. One thing I'll say back here too is we push back, Kenny, the boat, if you could just pan over to the right real quick, that's the one that we just left a few minutes ago. Those guys are out on that, this stuff, kind of on the deeper, or definitely on the deeper side of all these pads. There was a lot more bait back there. I don't know how, I don't know what that's gonna matter, but I mean, we only saw them catch one fish, and we haven't seen these guys catch any yet, but there was a lot of bait activity out there, kind of pushed in from that wind up against the edge of those pads. And back here, it's very stagnant.
I'm proud you were able to get out of the wind. As you know, the good old Decatur Flats don't provide much cover when it comes to wind from any direction. It's blowing right down the gut out here pretty good. Now, Darian, when we were getting set up on Lance and Cole, I thought I heard you say you saw a team catch a big one.
Well, it wasn't necessarily a big one, but it was an interesting one. They caught it on a frog back in some pads, and it was definitely a fun fight. I mean, it looked like it was bigger than 3 pounds, though. What, maybe 3.5 or so?
How much water do they still have around those pads right now?
I still have the graph covers on, so I don't know exactly how many are on. I don't know how deep we are right now. 1.5 foot, Luke. We're on the edge, kind of on this like little deeper spot too, so I bet where they're fishing at is substantially shallower. It was a little deeper out there, right? Yeah, it was about 3 foot out on the deeper spot where they actually caught the fish at.
That's what, Lance and Cole were talking about when we got here. They're worried that the drop in water really going to hurt them, what they were doing. We're sitting in 2 feet of water up here on the flat. They've caught a lot of fish off some high spots in practice, sounds like.
One thing I wanted to say for all the people who are watching at home on Facebook and YouTube, definitely appreciate all of the love. We're getting a ton of comments, shares. We got a bunch of people watching on live today, so we definitely appreciate that. But I did just get one of the biggest insults I've got yet, so I don't love that one, but hey, we can get past it. But oh man. If y'all are watching at home, if you've got any questions, me, Luke, and Matt Lee are all out on the water today. We can ask these guys. We've got trackers on the iPad, so we can basically see roughly 40 or 50 boats out here. And so if y'all got people that you want us to go try and cover, definitely comment those. We'll have the chance to maybe run around and find those people for you. If you got any fishing questions, we can directly ask these guys because they're right in front of us. So, water temp questions.
Darian, we just got a question. Did you say that? Do we think the lake has turned over? And I would say no.
I would also say no.
I would say no, and I will follow that up with, and somebody that's a biologist, which I am not, I just have a microphone, might argue with me, but you don't see a lot of that on the Tennessee River with current flow, in my opinion. And when I say turnover, I'm talking about a thermocline, things like that. You see that on some highland reservoirs like a Lake Lanier over in Georgia Smith Lake. You'll see that on, but I feel like we don't see that as much, a huge turnover here on the Tennessee, historically.
Yeah, the little lake that I live on, it definitely turns over and the water turns black and everything looks totally different for a couple weeks or even a couple months, honestly. The fishing gets really tough and you may not even get a bite at all, but yeah, I agree with you. I think I've seen it before, maybe in the backs of creeks, like on Gunnersville in the back of Browns Creek.
I was going to say certain areas,
Creek,
yeah, certain areas for sure it can happen. But as far as main river, not a ton of that most of the time in the fall.
Most importantly though, this boat wrap right here is game day done right, hashtag built by Bama. And I know one thing, can I get a roll tide? Can we get some roll tides in the chat? By the way, Luke is probably the biggest Tennessee fan that we know. And as everyone knows, tomorrow is a big game. Saturday, October, Bama, Tennessee, in town. And I don't think it's going to be good for them balls this year. I hate to say it, I didn't think it's going to be good for balls. Ty Simpson's looking like a master back there in the pocket, throwing straight lasers. If Ryan Williams could ever catch the ball, I think we'd be in good shape.
You better hope he catches it a bunch, that's all I got to say.
Well, last week they just used him as a decoy the whole game. He never got any targets, and I think he was hurt. He was on the injury reserve. They might have been saving him for this week, though.
No, I just think it's crazy that we haven't played a night game all year, but no, go to Bama. It's going to be a night game. You know? See? You see me already making excuses? You hear that?
I did not.
Are you on the phone, Darian?
I'm not on the phone. I was having a brief conversation with our boat captain who's dropping knowledge over here. Knowledge that, by the way, that I'm not going to share with you.
I'm good. Some information you're filtering and passing on to me, I don't need it. I feel like you'll lie to me.
I would lie to you. Got a request in the chat to cover the Anayas, and I am not sure where they're at right now. Let me pull up the iPad, take a look. I don't even see the knives on the trackers today. Oh, yeah, I do. We can go check Facebook. Let me throw it over to you. I'm gonna go listen to the Facebook fans. We're gonna go check on Ryan and Fisher. See what they got.
All right. Still hanging with the Walker boys. Pickwick Lake hammers. No strangers to success on Wheeler Lake as well. 3 fish in the boat. Trying to scope up a limit. Lance, who's in the back there, he said that he gave Cole 2 hours to do this, and then they're gonna go fish a jig on the bank. He's not doing this all day, he says. We'll see who wins out. We're getting a question in the comments about matching the hatch this time of year, and is that important, or can you throw a big topwater like we saw Lance earlier there, something like our, a big Strike King Sexy Dog or a Jowler by Rapala, and I'll answer that as best I can in the sense of sometimes these fish feed on really, really small shad, and you do have to get very specific to that, in my opinion, this time of year. And sometimes a big topwater, they'll just smooth ignore it for whatever reason. They just, you cannot get a reaction bite out of them on a bigger topwater, but you throw something a lot smaller and you do get a bite. Now, you also have fish that feed on gizzard shad, and I think a lot of times that is your fish that'll win a tournament. Those 4 pound plus fish. So I think that's where that bigger topwater comes into play. You can certainly get bites from those fish that chase those big gizzard shad. We saw that in the EQ here a couple weeks ago with Laker Hal. He was throwing a big topwater to win that event. But what we saw earlier with Brent Crow, Jimmy Mason, those fish were feeding on smaller shad in the area they were in, and anytime they would throw a bigger topwater, right when they were schooling, the fish would just ignore it, but then they would throw a smaller bait in there, and that's what they would get bit on, a compact spinner bait that was more matching the hatch, or a small jig head minnow, the little, mooch minnow style. They don't like you today. Oh. Cole said, you know it's a carp when they run from you on the screen. I thought you meant the bass were running from you. Really, they'd be kind of grouped up. What do you think it takes a day to win?
35 pounds 2 days.
35 for 2 days.
Somebody's gonna catch 20 days. I mean, Wheeler's a hole lake. I mean, there's 2 holes, but you catch 20 on if you get them. And, you know, but they don't mean you'll get it tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
That's fact. Yeah. Makes it tricky. We talked about that on the podcast earlier this week with the reversal and boat number. It makes everything tricky. Other than just a couple weeks a year when they're everywhere. Yeah, you're right. It's real spot specific. Yeah.
So it's just it's tough to win. But somebody, they'll be 2 to 4 good sacks, and then they'll drop weight. I think they'll drop down to, there'll be some 14. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like 12 pounds in the 30th place.
I don't know how well you guys can hear Lance through my mic there, but he's saying that Wheeler is very spot specific, meaning one area, a one cast deal, and he's right. It is dominated at times by one cast, one spot where you set up, you anchor lock down, and catch 20 pounds. And if you don't land on that spot, or if you don't have the correct boat number, and we talked about that, me, Kay, Darian, and Jason on the podcast earlier this week. Boat number is very important here, but then with it being a 2-day tournament, that boat number is going to reverse tomorrow. So if your boat won, you're going to go out. If your boat won today, you're going to go out last tomorrow, and depending on where you're fishing, who you're fishing around, could you have just somebody, a local, or somebody in another tournament? A lot of factors at play in a multi-day. I believe we got Matt Lee going to join us again.
Awesome. We're back here on Lake Wheeler. I want to say this is the river version, upriver. Boat 66, Jacob Scrimsher and Caleb Fisk. I asked them how to say his name, and I hope I didn't mess that up. I said caught them messing with live well when I pulled up, so there's your sign. Just caught the first keeper, but there's a bunch of them here. So we're really up at the dam. It was kind of slow going. I mean, there's people got 1, 2, 3, 1, none, and they can't. Hey, Russ, can't get him. Get him right there. I can't say anything where they can hear me, but there's 3 million of them coming up over here behind us. But majority of them are white bass, I'm sure. As you can see how many of them are schooling. I don't want to be that guy. And a lot of white bass, but any kind of activity is like, I don't know, you really, sometimes it matters, sometimes maybe it doesn't, but you like to see the activity. It doesn't seem like the activity level here has changed at all from when we first got up here to now. So that's really good, and it seems like the fish catching has been along those lines of just steady. Haven't seen a lot of tiny, but there's probably 3,000 or 4,000 white bass coming up over here behind us. If okay with letting me wet a line. I got a couple poles. I can tell you if they're all white bass or not, but probably frown upon that. But they always are going to come up schooling when you're not in the tournament and you can't fish. That's a given. Still coming up. There's a bunch of them, but probably majority white bass. You see a lot of, like, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but you see 80 of them come up at once and they don't really look giant. It probably is a white bass. And you go to a place like Smith, a lot of times they'll be striped, there'll be bass in there with them. Out here, it couldn't be where bass are not necessarily roaming with those, but I hadn't gotten to fish. Again, blame it on Kay, but I hadn't been out practicing and I can't wet a line, but they got some here, and what you got coming, I don't know if you can tell right here, it's one of those giant bluffs that I was talking about earlier, and back where he was painting with a fish schooling, you can see another one of those bluffs, just massive. I couldn't even tell you how tall that bluff is, but that bluff is formed over the course of, I don't know, forever, and there's a creek that feeds in, a small one just right up above it, but it is a little bit of a kick out point, whatever you want to call it. So the current, you get this far down, we're probably a mile, 2 miles from the dam. You get this far down and the current, evenly spreads out across the river here, and it'll push along, and there'll be a little bit of rock usually that comes out in front of that bluff there, and I'm sure that's what they're targeting here. Throwing a minnow and a swim bait and a lot of the same stuff, trying to get these fish to fire. They're seeing them. That's one, as good as a live scope is, it tells you how many's there. And there's no shortage of fish on this river at all, but you get up within 5 miles of this dam and there's stuff swimming everywhere. A lot of times if you see a group of fish like on rock or right there off the point, especially just because he caught one, but it'll be more likely bass. But you can still see, like right here, pan over here, Russell, this more white bass are coming up right here to the, I've seen a lot of just activity, a lot of schooling, bait fish flickering, group of them schooling right there. Could be smaller bass, but probably majority white bass, but just out there roaming. Those fish were, before live scope, were just totally uncatchable. You could chase them around with a topwater, a sexy dog, but you might not ever catch one. But now, I can literally go over there and follow those fish around. When they stop coming up, I know exactly where they're going. I don't even lose them. I mean, unless I just mess something up, and it's insane. But also, that doesn't mean you're necessarily going to put more fish in the boat either. So I do think that it seems like the bigger fish, like I have not seen anybody up here that had the bigger ones that came up schooling and keyed on that. You see those little white bass right there that are, you can almost see the sides of them when they come up schooling. Real small, but it seems, I see like a lot of those bigger fish have been caught on the bottom so far this morning, which is, I would think, go kind of what I would expect. The water temp's dropping, but the bite's still a little bit off, and not a lot of 4-pounders up schooling. The current's not really fast enough to help them do that, so a lot of the schooling activity is just smaller fish, but I'd love to jump off in their boat and just see what they're seeing. But yeah, he's hung up right there, the minnow, like, I'm just guessing right here, but he's throwing out at a target where he sees fish, and you want it to get as close to that target as you can without, like, stopping it. So a lot of times you're just brushing it up against a rock and reeling it by it, and then doing anything to try to get one of them to bite, and then you do get hung up sometimes. And like I kind of said before, it's extremely, like where they're sitting, they have to make a cast at one target where they're seeing fish, so the boat's not moving. But then obviously they're reeling the bait, but the current's pushing it too. So even then, even with live scope and watching your bait, still get hung up considerably more than you would without the current flow. And it does not, it's really plays tricks on you because you couldn't really tell there's a lot of current, but then if I was to just stare at Russell for a minute and then look back up, you drifted a good ways on the bank. It's kind of similar to like being in the ocean. You go out and you're wading around just out off the beach and you look back at the bank and next thing you know your bait fuel rig. Next thing you know you're down 200 yards down the beach. It's kind of the same thing in a bass boat. Kay can clue us in who that is in the bait fuel route. They're pulling up kind of probably stuff. Roberts and Bill Mayo over there, bait fuel route. Check on them, they're doing something a little different. Not for that creek I was telling you about. Would you catch the one on a minnow or a? Yeah, they caught that first one on a minnow. Such a time. Do you leave, do you stay, come back, hit it? It's like I was saying earlier, like you don't see as many boats down here, probably not as many giant 20-pound stringers swimming around. But if you were to find a place, pull up on this, you got it to yourself, nobody else around, but there's not as many of them. Especially when, I think if they're pouring, yeah, it just kind of goes 6 or half a dozen. You're down here away from everybody, but I do think he did catch one small keeper, and I think there has been a few more better quality fish caught right up there close to the dam, but I can't say there's been a lot caught. Ardmore and Athens, so this is y'all's home pond?
Yes, sir. Fortunately.
Got one of them expensive swim baits fresh over at Ron just a second ago. I wish I could reach up in the boat. We might keep moving in a minute. It'll make y'all catch one then.
I know, y'all just happen to pull up.
I know.
This is the second time.
It's like I can sit here all day and you wouldn't even, I leave at 2 and you load the boat. That's how it goes every time.
I say the second y'all leave, probably when we'll catch 3 or 4
Yep.
more.
I either bring the luck or me leaving brings the luck. Yeah, can't figure out which is which. I just go out here and make some laps. And every time I come by, you'll be opening the well. All right, we're gonna. It's okay with y'all, and you don't mind listening to Darian again. Oh, they want me to stay. They're begging me in my ear to please don't let Darian back on here. So I'm gonna hang out for just a minute. We're gonna get a drive-by here in a minute. See who's heading up. Ease up to this. You can probably see when we get a little bit further out too. The kind of what I'm talking about with the bluff. Get a shot down the lake right here at this other bluff. Down the. People hadn't seen that. There's people that climb those. I don't know if they do the whole free solo thing, but I've seen them going by that bluff before and people climbing it, which is absolutely insane. Anybody welcome to give me a guess on how tall that is? That's like our version of the $500,000 right there, or Yellowstone. But you see all those like bluffs like that are all in a river bend. So just there you go. Say it picked patrol motor up. That's all I had to do. Unbelievable. Little keeper. I did turn my sonar off too, so I can't even blame that. Just like anywhere on Tennessee River, I wish I could straight stare at the comments of the questions that were coming in. I need to try to pull it up on the iPad, but like the little ones, there's probably big ones around. Sure there is, but regardless, current kicks up, everything gets, bigger ones show up, bigger ones start eating. So I really don't think that, I don't think that they're on a place size-wise, like you can say they're just catching keepers here. It could catch a big one, but it's all about timing and schools and see if I can pull up a crack book and see what kind of questions coming in on the feed. Kate, have Facebook on. I can log into my Facebook. I could have Darian's iPad too. I give Darian a hard time on here, but I really like it. Don't tell him I said that. Luke, on the other hand, I have a little news note and nugget, like a fish in the fall in here on the river. We fished some college tournaments way back in the day in the NAM era. But in these creeks, I have caught them really well, and I don't think it's like tournament winning. There is a lot of fish in these feeder creeks. Paint Rock. Somebody else is down here about a mile down the bank too. That they might switch me sometime, but I do have the live feed up and looking at the comments if anybody has anything. Or they want me to just stop talking so they can watch it out here. All right, we are going to check out a couple more of these people fishing on the main river on down through here. Hopefully we'll have coverage. Hopefully we'll pull up on somebody catching big ones. And we're going to kick it over back to Darien. Have no clue where he's at. Supposed to be on Lake Wheeler, somewhere way far away from me. Hopefully we'll tune back in here soon with some more fish catching.
Right south of the Decatur Flat. It's kind of still on the end of the Decatur Flat a little bit. Caught up with boat number 45. They said they got 2 fish, broke off twice, caught a drum and a catfish, which sounds pretty standard for Lake Wheeler. And also, we are about 100 yards away from Ryan and Fisher and I, so they will be the next boat that we jump over to. And she's gotten a little windy today. She's picked up a little bit. She'll be rolling on the river if you're coming back from the lower end. That doesn't look too bad though. It gets problematic when the wind's blowing out of the other direction. That's when they stack up. Yeah, the other way is when it stacks up. Yeah. I'd love to ask Miss Kay, but I'm pretty sure they've been fishing the ABT. They've been fishing ABT for a long time. I don't know if they fished it from the very beginning, but I'm pretty sure they have.
Darien, funny you mentioned that. As you can tell, Lisa is a big Alabama fan, Roll Tide. And she just won the Lady Bass Anglers event up on Kentucky Lake last week. So she's on a roll herself.
Interesting. They've been fishing ABT for a long time, right?
They have probably 6 or 7 years. You know, Mike took a year off. He had some back surgery, and she fished it with another lady angler, Lady Bass Anglers participant. But then they got back to fishing after Mike recovered from his surgery. So it's always good to see them out here. But she's coming off a big week at Kentucky Lake, and it's always good to see them back out here. That wind has picked up.
So Kay was the first one to drop a 6.7 today.
What was the prize for that, Darien?
Well, there's a prize for whoever can do it the most. So I'm going to try and run the score up.
Oh, imagine that. Lisa had 1954 to win at Kentucky Lake this past weekend. So Christine Fisher, which I know a lot of people know, was right behind her. It's a good tournament for her. Darren, if I can say something like, they're not staring down at the ground. They are blind casting to whatever they are casting to, and it's not something we see a whole lot when you look around, and not something that you see a whole lot these days. Fishing those.
No, for sure, they're definitely fishing. Luke, I did cover them earlier, but it'll be nice to get an update on them. But yeah, for sure, they're not scoping. We've seen the majority of the people we've seen out here on the river are just straight scoping and looking on the graph the entire time. They're definitely fishing, and nice change of pace. Look up. Luke, are they close enough that you can get an update from them?
They are. They're really close, Darian. They're so close, I feel like I might be in their way. Just like I was at Eufaula when they were catching them earlier this year. They got one fish so far. But I will say they were very glad to see me, and they're like, as long as it's not Darian, y'all can bring the camera back around. We're good with it. Said it's slow on them so far. Do y'all ever blame it on an east wind? Because I hate an east wind. Yeah, it hasn't got south yet. It may be south tomorrow. You know, it's been, at my house, I only live about an hour north, it's been north-northeast all week, just hammering. Yeah, now this straight down the river, you rarely see it this direction, I feel like.
Y'all stick with us. It's been about 30 minutes since we caught the first one. About 2 hours in between bites, so y'all
Okay. Darian, they're right on schedule to catch another one. Said they've been catching one about every 2 hours, so. And they're about on pace, so said stay with them. I heard you mention, or Matt mention earlier, you know, that live scope has obviously changed the game for so many different reasons, but just because you have it, you know, the general consensus is that it just makes them jump in the boat, and it's so easy, but man, that's just not the case, and these guys are as good with anybody with it. But Tennessee River bass, they see a lot of baits. They know the serial numbers on all your Strike King products at this point, especially these around Decatur. They know the game. Justin and Ben are out on just the main river ledge, scoping. Of course, when that water falls, the main river bar, we call it, out on the river ledge is primarily, for the most part, really shallow. It's not too far outside of the main river channel here on the Decatur Flats. And when that water starts to fall, those fish a lot of times will pull out to the edge. And that's what they're trying to target. On point.
right, Luke, we're going to throw it over to you for a second and jump on another team.
We're here with Justin Bussey, Ben Webb, 2024 ABT North Anglers of the Year. These guys take a little different approach than what we saw earlier with the walkers, where you had Lance in the back and Cole in the front, just scoping. These guys are always shoulder to shoulder, trying different baits on the fish. When we see them scoping, this is their 1-2 punch. They'll never throw the same thing at a fish, but they definitely work really well together. Why they're one of the best teams out here.
Tell me that's not somebody that's got their PFD in the floor.
Y'all almost got to see it.
I thought so. I saw you go on point.
It was a big one.
Not good right here. I don't want to.
No, you're good.
I don't want to scare it.
As long as you don't get in front of it, you're fine. You can get closer, you can. You got some snacks, we'll take them.
We might have some snacks in here. Some stale crackers or something for you, buddy. It's only about the second time I've been in my boat in a month. I ain't no telling what's in here. I've been everywhere but home. Is this y'all's game plan pretty much for the day?
All day. We can get 5 bites, we'll be all right.
The one doing this will be on top.
Really?
Yeah, practice, we done okay. Last weekend we come up here, we caught 18 plus a day.
Really? Okay. So you feel like
It's gonna take,
It takes all day. That last 2 hours is critical. These fish have a lot of pressure on them the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's what I just was talking with Darian about. They know the serial numbers on baits at this point, know what kind of boats above them, the pressure they've been getting.
Look at your trackers and see who's down through here.
Yep, that's right. Justin and Ben believe this is the way to win this tournament. Just got to get 5 bites. Oh, missed it. How big's the one you guys have?
Like 3, close to 3. Yeah. It's not, we'll take them for now, but we don't want to keep them.
They believe the last 2 hours before weigh-in will be super critical. They're boat 100, so they got a later check-in today. And a lot of times in the fall, that bite does heat up after lunch. Here we go. So it's a giant. Bussian web. Not a bass. Or is it a bass? Mr. Whiskers joins the party. We have been the trash fish boat today, Jared and I, bringing you all the live action here. Day number 1 of the Alabama Bass Trail Championship. Wheeler alive and well, all kinds of species today. And yes, catfish will eat a jerkbait, and yes, you can live scope catfish. If you're at home watching on this fine Friday or at work, make sure your boss doesn't know you're watching. I wanted that fish. I don't know why you threw it back. That was rude. I said I wanted that fish, but you didn't even ask. That's fine. I already texted Katie. They were bringing hush puppies. We were going to fry it, joke her up.
I don't know. Last time fish fry didn't go so well.
All right, guys, we appreciate everybody tuning in so far on day number 1 of this 2025 Alabama Bass Trail Championship. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for more live action here from Wheeler Lake in just a few moments.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Halo Fishing, Netbait, Bait Fuel, and Snag Proof.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Lanners McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LannersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
At Southern Protection Agency, we're dedicated to providing top-notch security with a personal touch. Whether it's uniformed security, traffic control, or law enforcement services, we've got you covered. Contact us today for a free quote. Your safety is our priority.
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go. I think we should get some more.
She got it good too. T-boned it.
Let's go.
I love it.
Cheers. Let's go.
This is Jack's Country.
What up, DeBoer? Hey, Freeze. Did you hear Jack's is making a coach's burger? I'm calling mine the DeBarbecue Bacon Burger.
No, that's really cute. Behold, the enormous freeze with cheese.
May the best burger win.
Oh, it will.
Introducing the 3rd-pound Coach's Burgers. Big and bold barbecue bacon topped with crispy onions, and the all-American burger with all the fixings. Because nothing unites more than food.
Freeze with cheese.
DeBarbecue.
Freeze with cheese.
DeBarbecue.
Freeze with cheese.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Championship here at Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, and you are looking at beautiful Ingalls Harbor. We are excited to first talk about some bait selections that our On the Water analyst did early this morning before getting out on the water, before talking to a lot of our anglers. They were right here in front of the live studio and did their bait predictions. So we're going to show you that video right now.
ABT Championship Day 1 out on Lake Wheeler. I see Fisher and I is wrapped with Palo Crush City boat. It's hard not to pick him right now. The boy's on fire. There's a lot of guys that are going to be catching him, but I'm going with Fisher with the old Moochie, the little one, shaking a minnow. I think that's what he's going to do.
I feel like this is always a safe bet bass fishing, but I'm gonna throw you a little curveball just because I got one of these new tater hog
He don't even
specials.
think this is going to be the winning bait. He just wanted to show it off.
I did want to show it off.
Okay.
To be fair. Hogfather Jr.
That's it.
There were some top 10s in the Bassmaster Open EQ here on a glide. I think something like this could definitely play. Go big or go home to win $50,000. Matt Lee.
And I didn't know we were about to film this, so I don't have a bait, and they just left me out hanging. But I think
really
the weather is going to play a factor. Today we got real clear skies, sunny. Tomorrow overcast. Top water's been big. I think like a sexy dog. You're going to see a lot of that top water, the minnow, of course, is going to play. But something like a sexy doll, I wouldn't sleep on it. It's not as cool as this.
Definitely not as cool as that.
But it's been winning tournaments here, always does, and probably good chance it will this week too.
There you go. Follow along today, out on Lake Wheeler.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio, but we're not going to stay here very long. Darian Craig is out on the water, and he is with boat 58, Josh Chappell and Paul Davis. So, Darian, tell us, do they have any in the boat?
Well, as soon as we pulled up, they had a catfish tail hooked and got a little excitement for a split second, then they realized it was the wrong flavor. So, guys, y'all got any fish so far? One fish. A lot of fishing time left, a lot of wind. And not a ton of boats. The one thing that I think we've said a bunch is there's not, like, I don't know where everybody's at. The map, like, normally the concentration of trackers is very heavy in certain areas. This tournament's definitely spread out from the very upper end all the way down to from dam to dam. There's like a lot of trackers everywhere. So that typically means that fishing's either really good all over the lake or people are running around trying to hit all different things, you know, all across the entire lake. It's not like you can just go to an area, camp out, and win. So a lot of moving around, a lot of boats are running. You can see there's a Phoenix running between the power lines right now. These guys have bounced around kind of in this area, multiple spots we've been seeing them bouncing around. So as soon as they got stopped, we wanted to catch up, but Wheeler's being a little stingy this week. All right, these guys are gonna make a run. Okay, we might have to throw it over to you. All right. Okay, you got it.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio. Want to talk a little bit about the contestants that are in today's competition. The top 75 in the points from the north and the top 75 from the south. The top 5 couples, the top 5 high school teams, and that one solo college team participating here on Wheeler Lake, 67,000 acres. $100,000 up for grabs in this no entry fee tournament. There's no membership required and no entry fee here at the Alabama Bass Trail Championship. This is the second time that it's taken place here on Wheeler Lake, and the record from 2015, 41-41, still the highest 2-day limit in Alabama Bass Trail history. A lot of former Anglers of the Year in this event, as well as multiple time winners. Teams that you're going to want to look for is that Mitch Mitchell, Candler McCollum, multiple time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, and currently the heaviest bag on Wheeler Lake ever weighed in a tournament. So you've got Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker, great finishes here on the Alabama Bass Trail, as well as Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst, Adam Bain and Chris Colley. But there are teams in that South Division that could push the limits. I'm talking about maybe that Randall Hamilton and Justin Mott, typically Alabama River Rats, but they've been to Wheeler for a couple times, so I think you're going to want to watch them. Zeke Gossett and Ethan King, your current overall Anglers of the Year. They catch them everywhere they go. They had a decent finish here last November and even before that in the regular North Division. So a lot of experience out here on the water, and I know that Luke Duncan has just caught up with the new team, so we're going to let him get his camera set and maybe get out on the water. But I do want to remind you the weigh-in takes place at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time today at Ingalls Harbor. So please make your way out there. I think there may be some bleacher seating here, but if not, please bring your lawn chairs. We will have all the new Alabama Bass Trail merchandise out for sale, so you want to stop by and see that. Say hello. We'd love to see you. And just talk fishing if that's what you want to do. I want to say a huge thank you to the Decatur-Morgan County Tourism Bureau for having us, for being our host this week, the City of Decatur, and the great Decatur Fire Department that displayed the colors this morning. So we're going to get back out on the water. I think Luke is on a team, and maybe he's got an update for us. Luke, who are you with?
I'm here with Delano Green and Delano Green Jr. I said they're dealing with little fish. They just caught a small one right there. Dealing with little fish and some heartbreak this morning so far. Some wrangling with smallmouth, that happens sometimes. So they've had a little bit of bad luck so far. Hoping to turn it around. They're always in contention in the ABT North, so especially on the Tennessee River. Delano said, when you're dealing with smallmouth, heartbreak comes with it, and that is true. They never make it easy on you. Fixing to get a little loud right here. We got the train crossing. Slow train normally too here. Indicator. If anybody's looking for their Amazon Prime order here in North Alabama, I think a lot of it is just going by us here. Championship. I feel like this is probably all going to my house. My wife don't order but about 37 things from Amazon a day, so it's headed to Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Welcome back, Darian.
Well, we have caught up with a couple of legends from the river. Mitch Mitchell, Chandler McCullough, one here before with a super dirty bag, and unfortunately, it will not be like that today. Well, as of right now, if anything happens, they might bust 30 right here as we're watching. Unfortunately, they don't have it just yet.
I'm going to guess that you're not where that dirty 30 came from right now, though, because you weren't gone long enough.
I am not where the dirty 30 came from. Luke, if you had to make a $100 bet, would you bet $100 that it does not take 30 pounds to take the lead today?
Yeah, it will not take 30 today. We did see a 25-pound bag from Laker Howell in that EQ a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. By the looks of it right now, 30 pounds for 2 days might be really good.
It has been a little grimy so far. It's been a little grimy. And you know, I'm a big believer in wind direction, pressure, meaning barometric pressure. Man, we just got an east wind, high pressure. Now, tomorrow, we're supposed to get a south wind. Got a little rain coming tomorrow night, front pushing in. As far as fishing for weather for fishing, I should say, tomorrow could be a little bit better. But these high bluebird days in the fall can be tough, man, especially with a little bit of an east wind. It just seems to do something to them that they don't like, historically.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that.
Always been a huge believer in that. And then being fortunate to do what I do, whether it's working here for ABT or working for NPFL, I watch a lot of fishing as well. And man, on east wind days, you can definitely see it more times than not. That being said, somebody's always going to catch them. There's going to be several that catch them. But man, as far as just overall, it makes it tough.
The only thing that does good in the east wind is them Crimson Tide and Bryant-Denny Stadium come on. Especially in a night game. Come on.
I'm unfamiliar with what you're talking about right now.
Well, trust me, you're gonna find out real soon, brother. You're gonna find out.
See, last year, what happened? It was, that east wind brought that them field goal posts into the river up there in Knoxville on that third Saturday in October. So yeah, I mean, you just never know. You really never know.
Well, guys, we are going to go to a break now, and we'll be back soon in just a second for the Busch Light Roundup. And we are excited for wrapping up day one of the championship on Lake Wheeler, but there's a lot to come, so y'all stay tuned.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, and by McGraw-Webb Chevrolet.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast, and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top, it's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle, it's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
This is Jack's Country.
What up, DeBoer? Hey, Freeze, did you hear Jax is making a coach's burger? I'm calling mine the DeBarbecue Bacon Burger.
No, that's really cute. Behold, the enormous freeze with cheese.
May the best burger win.
Oh, it will.
Introducing the 3rd-pound Coach's Burgers. Big and bold barbecue bacon topped with crispy onions and the all-American burger with all the fixings. Because nothing unites more than food.
Freeze with cheese.
DeBarbecue.
Freeze with cheese.
DeBarbecue.
Freeze with cheese.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Championship on Wheeler Lake, and it is time. It's not 5 o'clock yet, but it is time for the Busch Light Breakdown here at Wheeler Lake. Matt Lee, you have been way up the river next to the Guntersville Dam. Tell us what you've seen today and what your expectations are for the rest of the day.
Day one, right here at Alabama Bass Trail, I was tasked with the upriver side. We're going from Ditto Landing all the way to Guntersville Dam. Excited to see how it was going to shake out this morning. And starting a tournament, you never know. This championship event from ABT on Wheeler, I think it's going to show out. The bite, they said, rumors always is tough. I saw a lot of fish catches. I saw quality up real close to the dam. Saw the most fish catches back down from the dam a little bit. Already several people with good limits, and I think the best bite's yet to come. I think we're going to have the dam pushing over 20,000 cubic feet per second this afternoon. That's going to be the bite window, especially for this part of the lake. Awesome event, multi-day. So you'd like to get out to a good start, but you got to catch them more than just one day. It's going to be exciting to see how it shakes out. I'm glad I got to be here, bring it to y'all again. Always pumped when I get the chance to do this and go see these guys. These are the best in this area, not just Alabama, but in the Southeast. This team trail, I mean, it shows out. And these guys are going to show out today at the weigh-in. Hope to see you there. We're about to call out. We're about to leave you with Darian. Sorry about it. But it's been a fun morning. Beautiful weather. Hope to see you weigh in. If not, tune in tomorrow. Coverage again. I won't be here, but they will. We'll see you soon. Darian, take it away, son.
Yeah, so we've seen a few fish catches a day. Obviously, this mid-lake section's been a little slower today. Everybody said that in practice. This morning, the dock talk was the fishing slow. I actually just watched Mitchell and Chandler McCollum catch one over the camera behind y'all as we're sitting here talking, and they put it in the live well, so that was number 2. But it's been really slow. We've bounced around a bunch. We've seen a lot of scoping on the river near the Decatur Flats, seen some real shallow fishing on Decatur Flats, and then even some really shallow fishing in the backs of the creeks, fishing really shallow pad stems, lily pads, whatever's left, and did get to see one big frog blow up earlier. Looks like a 3.5, 4 pounder, so that's obviously a good thing. Maybe they'll catch more. I mean, you catch 5 of those and you might have a chance to win 50 grand, which would be crazy. But a lot of good fishing ahead. Like everyone's saying, the weather's going to change, things could get better, more current. I think we're at the worst part of the fishing is already behind us, so everything here on out, the rest of the day today and tomorrow will be better. We'll see tomorrow. $50,000 for a winner is going to be crazy. Luke Duncan, what have you been seeing today?
Been seeing a lot of the same, and what you just talked about, Darian. It is slow in the Decatur area. We started our day obviously with Brent, Crow, Jimmy Mason, and it was not slow with them. They were catching them cast after cast after cast. They just could not get the quality that they had seen in practice, but we're hoping that quality would show up later in the morning, and maybe it has. We have not checked back in with them, but I really do think the best is yet to come. A lot of our anglers like Justin Bussey, Ben Webb, they're planning on that afternoon bite to really kick things up, and that happens a lot in the fall. But I think, the lower end of this lake is really a wild card for me. 3 of us out here doing on the water coverage, and nobody was on that lower end today. So we don't know what's going on down there. And on the trackers, as the morning has gone on, more and more boats seem to be on the lower end. So we'll find out this afternoon at the weigh-in kind of where everybody's at, and we're going to bring you more live coverage again for day number 2 of this Alabama Bass Trail Championship. Miss Kay, somebody's fixing to win $50,000, maybe even more right here at Ingalls Harbor tomorrow afternoon. Go Vols.
Why did I not have you cut that earlier back in the studio? We knew that was coming. Something that I did want to mention, we checked in with a couple teams that we talked about in the podcast, we talked about earlier in the show. Fisher and Ryan and Niall, we could not find them today, but they self-reported after I texted them that they have 15 pounds. And then Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker are sitting around that 9-pound mark. So 2 teams that you inquired about. We have not been able to hear from Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. We'll try to get an update from them a little bit later. But the weigh-in starts right here today at 3 o'clock. You can watch it online if you're not able to get here on the Alabama Bass Trail Facebook page, also on the YouTube page, Alabama Bass Trail TV, and also on our website, alabamabasstrail.org. Again, thank you to the Decatur Morgan County Tourism Bureau, as well as the Decatur Fire Department for presenting the colors this morning for takeoff. Y'all have a great day, and we'll see you right back here at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time.
This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks, and Sweet Home Alabama.